Here we go. Big episode. Look at these numbers. Almost 13,000 subscribers. Episode 350. Our 240th painting episode. And just a few moments ago, we crossed the 1 million views. 1 million views. Oh my goodness. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we're going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today we're going to be looking at the art of Pablo Picasso, and most specifically, one of the most important paintings in modern art history, Les Mademoiselles d'Avignon, which was painted in 1907, but not exhibited until 1916. This is what some people would consider to be the birth of Cubism, even though there's some aspects of this that are definitely not Cubistic at all. But it was really the beginning of the movement towards Cubism, and now is, one of the most important pieces in the collection of the Museum of Modern Art in New York City. And this one is, there's a lot of interesting things that are just colliding together in this episode. And it seems very apropos that we are going to be working on this painting, which has so much importance to art history. So, let's take a look. There's a few things, housekeeping things I want to do, but let's get right into the episode, especially for those people that are watching and don't really care about the significance of this episode to me personally. Let's talk about what we're going to do is we're going to get the image onto the canvas. I'm going to trace it on here. I haven't done that yet, so we'll do that together. I'll show you how to do that step by step. And then we'll get the Imprimatura. We'll stain it with a little bit of color. Then we'll talk a little bit about Pablo Picasso's biography. We've done that in the past, but we'll also kind of talk more specifically about this painting, and I'm going to show you a whole bunch of sketches of how this painting was created. Under painting, there might be a little bit of it, but I don't know how much we'll do. And there's going to be a bit of background, foreground stuff, but because of the way it's constructed, I think we're sort of going to be jumping all over the place. So this is a little bit different than when we're painting something that's quote-unquote more realistic. And I suspect it's going to take us about 3 hours to do this painting from beginning to end. So of course you're always welcome to use the timestamps and jump ahead to the place that you want to go to. So let's start out right at the beginning here. Oh, actually, you know what? Also, just as a quick reminder to hit like, subscribe, hit that little bell so that you get updates on future videos that are coming up. I'm going to be taking a little bit of a break for the next few months to work on my graphic novel, and I'm still going to be doing some videos throughout this period, but if you want to know when they are, hit that notification button so you can find out about them quickly and easily. As well as if you want to support the channel, as so many of you have generously done over the years, there's a PayPal link below. There's the super chat function here on YouTube. You can send an e-transfer or even a good old-fashioned check or money order through the mail. Just contact me through the Facebook group or my email, which is on my website, and that link is down below. Okay, so let's get started here. Let's get some image onto the canvas, and then we can talk about other things afterwards. So there is a free image. Oh, here's the Facebook group. Before I forget, you want to take a photograph of the artwork you're working on, upload it to the Facebook group. In a couple, I think in a next weekend, we're going to be doing a special feedback episode. I think it'll be our 21st feedback episode where we take a look at all the great art you've created, and I give you suggestions on how to improve it. That's all free. It's free to join. It's all free. And anyway, here's the Dropbox folder. There's a link to that in the description. Easiest introductory stuff is at the top. Our very basic paintings are in the center here. And then after that, all the numbered episodes, of which there's 150 or so, or below. We'll go to folder 1, 2, 3, and in here there's Les Mademoiselles d'Avignon, and then we have 3 files: the original file, and then a JPEG and PDF of the outline. So that outline is right here. That's what it looks like, and you can download it, print it, again, for free. Everything here is free. Everything must go. So once you've got that, you can print it out, and then we're going to transfer it onto the canvas, and I'll show you how to do that. So here we are. So the first things first, you want to have a, well, you can use whatever size of canvas you want to use, but I'm going to use a 9 by 12 sized canvas board. And these come, and I like this brand, that's why I'm showing you it, and there's a link to buying them from Amazon. And so what I do, when they come pre-gessoed, which means there's this coating of thin plaster on top of here, which helps fill in the gaps and stabilize the canvas. I've also gone and added another layer of gesso onto these canvases to help make it extra smooth. And then I sand it again. So that helps give me, the smoother the surface is my preference, because then it allows me to get into easier detail. I can do the details more easily. Okay, so once I've got that there, I'm going to tape it down. And I just look for a place where there's very little image, and I can tape it there. I think halfway. Maybe I'll move this up just a tad. Right in the middle, I think. Sounds good. There's no real horizon line that's visible in this painting, so it doesn't really matter if it's a little bit crooked, right? And then I'm going to use some carbon transfer paper. And you could buy carbon transfer paper. There's a link down below. You can buy it at any art supply store. They should have some. There's also a link to buy some from Amazon, and I think you get 100 sheets for 11 bucks or something. Great deal, because you're going to have that carbon paper for the rest of your life, because I can reuse the same sheet over and over and over again. A good thing to do is just remember to put the shiny side facing down, all right, because that's where the image is going to transfer onto the canvas. Otherwise, you're just going to transfer it onto the back of this photocopy. Now, I'm not going to do every single little line here. I'm just going to do the main kind of outlines of these figures. And as always, like, these outlines are only really intended to be for composition, to help you just remember roughly where things go, rather than a strict rules that you must follow. So if you lose a little bit of these lines through subsequent layers of paint, that's okay. You'll see that I will as well. If you're really stuck on being able to keep these lines, then you just want to paint maybe with a little bit more matte medium to help preserve those lines from subsequent layers of paint. The history behind this painting is quite fascinating, so we'll get into that as well. And there's some great resources that exist out there, which is not uncommon for a painting that has, you know, achieved a great deal of fame and notoriety. There's lots of people who have written about it and thought about it, and there's been many versions of the painting that have been created by other people to both honor and ridicule it. wanting to do this painting for a while, so it's kind of exciting to do this painting at this stage, kind of before I take a little bit of a break and work on my own artwork for a while. And I know a lot of people have been asking where they can buy the book. Well, the book's not out yet. It'll be out on shelves and such probably in March or May of next year, 2023. At least in Canada. I don't know what the distribution is like in the United States and beyond. I'm sure it'll be on Amazon and Barnes and Noble. Is Barnes and Noble still around? For those of you that live in the States, I used to go to Barnes and Nobles, like Barnes and Noble, not Barnes and Nobles. I used to go to Barnes and Noble, you know, almost once a day when I lived in Los Angeles, and I still have dozens and dozens of boxes of books that I bought there when I was an art student, and I felt, you know, this is before, well, the internet was developing, but it was still kind of in its infancy, I guess, and they certainly didn't have the amount of information on it that they do now. And if you wanted to find images of artist books or of artist artworks, you had to go to books rather than Google Images, and so which is why I think, you know, if you visit older artists' studios, you'll often see tons of books everywhere. Whereas when I go and meet younger artists, often their studios are much more minimal, because they can, if they want to find something, they can find it on their phone within minutes, right? I remember the day when you would, when I shared studios with people, you know, somebody would buy a new book, and we'd all kind of hang out and look at the book and flip through it, and you couldn't take photos on your phones, if anyone even had a phone at the time. Man, I sound like an old man, don't I? It's funny though, one day all the young people will be superseded by more young people who will be ridiculed by those young people, and they'll be like, oh my goodness, can you imagine Google Images only had flat images? And can you imagine how hard life was before we had holograms of everything? Oh, it's just, might as well have been painting on cave walls. Oh my goodness. Okay. I think that's good enough. So let's just take a second before I peel this tape off, just to see if there's anything glaringly missing. So what I'm doing is I'm just sort of looking at different places, like let's say there, and I flip it up. Okay, looks like I got all that. Makes it really easy to see what's there and what's not there, right? Okay, I think that's good enough. Let's move on. Okay. So, Just clean up a little bit as I go here. And I like to keep these just, you know, nearby in case I need to refer to them, because sometimes it's easier to refer to that than it is to the original image, because I've already kind of done a little bit of thinking when I create those things as to where the lines go, right? So, are we ready to move on from this? Let's go to the next step. Okay, so we got our drawing onto the canvas, ready to go to kind of give us an idea of where all the paint is supposed to go. So the first step that I like to do is to stain the canvas or prime the canvas with a little bit of color. And the Italians have been doing this for over 600 years, and the word they use is, which I loved saying, is Imprimatura. And the Imprimatura is the first layer of paint, or the primer. And what I like to do, those of you that have been watching for a while know this, is I like to stain it with a little bit of warm yellow. Now, I'm not sponsored or paid by anyone. No one's given me any free supplies. I've gone out and bought everything myself. And so the paint that I tend to use for these classes, or that I have used for all 240 painting episodes, is this Amsterdam paint by Royal Talons, which is a huge art supply brand from Holland. And this is considered like a student grade paint. You know, it's relatively inexpensive and you get a lot for relatively little. Now I use these 8 tubes of paint. That includes a white and a black, although I rarely use the black because, as you'll see, we're going to mix our own black. And this is the color I'm about to use here, this Azo Yellow Deep, and I call that a warm color. And if you're like, what is warm and cool color? I've never heard of these concepts before. Go back and watch the first few episodes of the Master Study series. There's a playlist below. It begins with number 1, and you'll be set up for success. Now, if you don't want to use Amsterdam paint, you can use golden. A golden tube of paint. I have dozens of them around here. I used to keep one in here to show people. So, you know, a tube like this by Golden, if I flip it up, is probably like $25, and this is $12. So you get at least maybe 3 times the amount of paint that's in here for less than half the price. Of course, there is a difference in quality. You do kind of get what you pay for, but I have used more expensive paint than this, and felt it was lower quality than this. I've also, so yeah, that's why I do what I do. Well, I'm gonna now put, oh, you know what? Let's, there's more than Golden. There's Liquitex, there's Winsor & Newton Artist Loft by Michael's Art Supply chain, Buzz, Peebo, Holbein, Dialer Rowney. And if there's any other ones that you use, please let me know so that I can include them on this list when I return for season 4 sometime in September. So, yeah, as you saw, I just squeezed a little bit of paint onto my palette, and now I'm going to use some water. This is the only time I ever use water when I'm painting with acrylic paint, because it's generally advisable to use mediums to mix into your paint than to use water, because just think you clean your paintbrush with water, so you don't really want to be adding too much water to the paint. Now I've done probably the entire first season of my painting class, I used water, because I sort of thought, well, you know what, a lot of people that are new to painting are probably going to use water anyway, and can I make some important paintings with just water? And we did. We made, I think, 40 paintings with mostly just water as a medium. But then, you know, as a teacher, myself, I started thinking, you know what, am I going to be just teaching people a whole bunch of really bad habits? Should we just go right to and do things properly from the outset? And I was like, yeah, okay, that's what we should do. So, of course, anytime an artist hears that there's a right way and a wrong way to do something, they immediately say, okay, you say that I'm not supposed to do it like that? Well, I'm going to do that. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a career out of it, and I'm going to show you how wrong you are, of which you're certainly welcome to do, right? There's nothing wrong with painting in any way that makes sense for you. And not everyone has access to these different materials, but the materials that we're going to use only add an extra maybe $20 to $30 to your budget. And once you've got them, you'll be able to use it for a couple of years at most. And so just think about, it's like going to a mid-level restaurant once, and then you can eat that same hamburger dozens and dozens and dozens of times, right? As opposed to once. Okay. That's great. It always blows my mind. These start with a blank canvas, and by the end, in a few hours from now, we're going to have one of the most important paintings ever created right there. Okay. I'm going to hit this with a little bit of hot air from my hair dryer here, just to help speed up the drawing process, so when we are done talking about Picasso's work here, this will be ready to go. So I'm going to mute the microphone for a moment. Okay. So, let's take a second to talk a little bit about the history behind this painting, and maybe why it's such a apropos painting for today's episode. And I'm going to celebrate my 350th painting, or my 350th episode, my live stream that I began back in March of 2020, at the very, very outset of COVID, when I was stuck at home and decided this was something I'd been thinking about doing for a long time. And, okay. So, let's celebrate a little bit here with some champagne. This is actually non-alcoholic champagne because I don't drink alcohol. That bottle, if you may have noticed, has been sitting here for the past maybe 6 or so months, waiting for just this occasion. So, the other thing, again, there's just a few hours ago, this channel surpassed 1 million views. For those of you who are not really sure what that means there has been, over the course of the past decade that I've been on YouTube, 1 million times people have clicked on my videos, which is just like blows my mind, because over the past, because none of my videos are really you know, buzzworthy in the sense that they're not being shared by millions of people and showing up on the news and all that kind of stuff. They're just simple tutorials on how to paint. And so the fact that there's that many people that have spent time with me and at least clicked for a couple seconds on a video, it just kind of blows my mind. And over the next probably 24 hours, the channel will reach 13,000 subscribers, which again is just blows my mind. That's the size of, you know, a Paul McCartney concert that I went to just a little while ago, and that's crazy. So thank you to everyone who supported the channel, that's been with me over the course of the past few years through this incredible experiment, and those that have supported me. All these shelves and all this stuff has been, the cameras has been purchased with your donations. If you go back and watch some of those very first videos, I'm just literally using my iPhone to do the whole thing. And this looks, there's really nothing back here. It's just an unfinished basement. Okay. So, let's look at at this biography here. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about Pablo Picasso and this particular painting and why it's so important. Now, we have talked about Picasso many times. I didn't talk about Picasso for the first 110 or so episodes because Picasso is a complex, controversial figure, and I say it every time I talk about Picasso, that Picasso was a really terrible person to the women and even the children that he had in his life. He was, there's no argument that he was a terrible misogynist, that he was a philanderer. He cheated on every woman he was with. He probably gave them some sort of communicable disease, and he enjoyed pitting his girlfriends against his wives and literally watching them fight. There's no denying that, and it makes him a very complex figure because he had this terrible aspect to his biography, and yet he created some of the most important artworks in human history. How do we reconcile that? I don't know, but I do think these are, as a teacher, I teach at a local university here at one of the great art schools here in Canada, and rather than sort of ignoring him completely, I think there's opportunities for us to use this as a teachable moment and just sort of talk about respect in terms of relationships, and whether that's your interpersonal relationships or at home or at work or at school. Hopefully we're, as a culture, moving in a much more positive direction towards where the behavior Picasso exhibited 100 years ago is no longer tolerated. Okay, so having said that, let's look at really the specific period of Picasso's life, because we've talked about some of his. We did a whole week of Picasso, I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 months ago, and we kind of went through some of the different phases from his blue period, which is, you know, quite famous because those are some of his earliest paintings. They're not the earliest ones. He did do, even before this, some more, I guess, traditional, classical, realistic paintings. But the blue period is what really catapults him into the public consciousness. And we even did this painting here, The Old Guitarist. I'm sure you can find that in the playlist below if you want to paint this one. So these are the first paintings that kicks him into high gear. These paintings that are made both in Barcelona as well as Paris. So he's sort of going back and forth around the turn of the century, around late 1800s, early 1900s. And these are mostly paintings of some of the poorer people that he would have met, and because he was a kind of a poor, starving artist. So these are people that he would have seen, he would have encountered. They might have even been friends with him, and some of them were his friends. And then, because those paintings start to get known, he starts to make a little bit of money. He's not a wealthy man by this point at all, but he's able to have a little bit of security where he's not so afraid that at the end of every month he's going to have to scramble to find a new place to live. And that is sort of the beginning of the Rose period. So he moves into the Montmartre area of Paris, which at the time was sort of like the red light district. You know, it's very close, or literally the Moulin Rouge, where the can-can dancers are performing nightly, as well as the circus, where we see some of these circus performers live, right? These harlequins start to feature prominently in his work, because they're people that he would have seen at the bars after they're done their performances. He would have seen these can-can dancers and the jesters and jugglers and acrobats at the local bars, because they were just as equally kind of poor and starving as the artists, the painters and sculptors were as well, who all lived in that area. Let's see. Okay, so we'll make our way here. I just want to start thinking about some of the things that might have inspired Picasso, because there's a great deal of controversy as to exactly who or what inspired him. I've talked about this book many times. This has got to be, I would say, probably in my top 10 favorite books of all time. This is called Portrait of Picasso as a Young Man by Norman Mailer. I'm not the biggest Norman Mailer fan. I've only read a few of his books, some of which I think are better than others, but this one I think is an excellent book. And if you really want to understand Picasso and the transformation of Picasso into the Picasso that I think most people think of when they think of Picasso, this is a required reading. Now, it's new. To buy it new is $93. Do not buy this copy from Amazon. You can buy a used one for $16 here. So buy the $16 version. I'm sure your local used bookstore will have one, as well as I'm sure you can find a new version at your local bookstore. And I think it's out of print, which is one of the reasons why it's so expensive. But anyway, and your library. I read this as a library book in the Pasadena Public Library many years ago when I used to live in Los Angeles. Great book. And in fact, I was just looking down here. What's kind of neat is, it sort of talks about kind of his youth. It talks kind of about the Blue period and then the Rose period. Him meeting Guillaume Apollinaire, who is a really important poet and really Picasso's great friend when he moved to Paris. Talks about the relationship to Gertrude Stein, whose painting I was on the screen here for a moment. Gertrude Stein is really one of the most important collectors, as well as she was a poet herself. But she really, without Gertrude Stein, it's more than likely that Picasso would have. He probably was the kind of character who would have found his way into the public consciousness anyway. But Gertrude Stein was a fairly wealthy person who was instrumental in helping to found the Museum of Modern Art and the Guggenheim Museum, and was a major champion of his work. So there's that, and then you can see the 7th chapter is all about the painting of Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, and then it kind of ends with this chapter of the Mona Lisa, with the theft of the Mona Lisa from the Louvre, and I think it was in 1912, and that was a major cataclysmic event in the history of modern art. It really is what catapulted the Mona Lisa into becoming the famous Mona Lisa. Before then, it was sort of like a marginally well-known painting. After it was stolen, it became a global sensation, and Picasso, along with his friend Guillaume Apollinaire, were arrested as suspects, and really they were the leading suspects up until the main suspect who did steal it, who wanted to bring it back to Italy because he felt it belonged in Italy and not in France, was arrested, and the original painting was recovered. Although there are some people who claim that it was never recovered, and that's another conspiracy. So let's just talk about some of the images that some people believe had inspired Les Demoiselles d'Avignon. The first image here is the opening of the Fifth Seal by El Greco. I think this painting is created sometime in 1608. Yeah. So this painting is, 300 years created almost to the day before Picasso created Les Demoiselles d'Avignon. But here we just like the convention, the way that it's painted with these. First of all, you have all these nude women surrounded by men that are, well, I guess there's one clothed man, and there are a few nude men here, but just sort of these nude women on display, which is one of the things that we'll talk about here shortly, is a prominent feature, as well as the way that El Greco painted clothing. Now, El Greco is considered to be one of the most important Venetian painters of all time, but he also really did some very strange things to human anatomy, most notably like the extending of the proportions and these very iconic distortions of the human body. And so I think the way that the fabric is painted, the extension of the limbs and everything, are things that would have inspired Picasso. And not only that Picasso, one of his best friends, owned this painting, I think, when he was living in Barcelona. So he saw this painting all the time. This painting was bought for a relatively small sum back in the day, and so the fact that Picasso had an opportunity to see it over and over and over again is also proof that it played some importance to him. Another painting that is very important to the creation of Les Demoiselles d'Avignon is this painting by Paul Cézanne, The Large Bathers. And one of the big seminal events in modern art history, as well as especially obviously to Picasso's biography, is that Paul Cézanne is sort of considered to be like the grandfather of the avant-garde, and he died in 1906, I believe. And a lot of the young artists in Paris at the time would have been very familiar with Paul Cézanne. They, some of them even went down to meet him. Paul Cézanne lived most of his life in Aix-en-Provence, which is in the very south of France. And you should go visit his studio if you ever get the chance. It was one of my bucket list items that I crossed off a decade ago. But one of the things that we see is these... There's a strange artificialness to this painting. And again, just like El Greco, the strange distortion in proportions for these bodies that are just don't really work. And yet, the painting still kind of works. At least from our point of view, 100 years later, it doesn't really raise any eyebrows. This type of a painting 100 years ago would have been ridiculed and mocked as just like as a complete failure in terms of drawing and proportion and color and modeling of forms. It certainly looks nothing like, let's say, the Mona Lisa and the way that painting was created. So Cézanne was sort of an outcast from the artists of his time, but people like Picasso and Matisse and André Derain and Georges Braque loved Cézanne because it showed kind of this completely alternative way of making a painting. And so that was very inspiring. Just like if you're a young person, like like for instance, I was just last night watching a bunch of videos of the Ramones, this punk rock band that was generally considered starting punk rock, and so they started making music in the mid 1970s, and really spurred the punk movement. But sort of then, even though they were still around, it took another kind of 15 years before the like bands like Nirvana and Green Day, which were around when I was a teenager, were formed and started to tour. And so the Ramones become this mythical, famous, important band for that new generation. Same sort of thing with Paul Cézanne. Also, even just the color palette here, these browns and oranges and grays, the way that the paint is applied in these little dabs that are kind of going left and right, that becomes very important to Cubism later on. This is another important Cézanne painting. So let me see. So again, you can see some of these, just I think the strangeness of these paintings is what really probably appealed to Picasso for sure. The next thing, I'll circle back here. So the another very important inspiration for Picasso and many of the other artists was the artist Paul Gauguin. We talked about Paul Gauguin just the other day. Remember, we were painting this Vincent van Gogh painting that was painted by Vincent van Gogh shortly after. It's believed that this one was done when he was in the asylum after cutting off his ear because of the fight that Van Gogh had with Paul Gauguin. Right? Paul Gauguin and Van Gogh were best buds, but they had a big argument. Paul Gauguin leaves the town of Arles in the south of France to go back to Paris. Van Gogh is super upset and depressed about this fracturing of the relationship, cuts his ear off, and then really that's the beginning of the end for Van Gogh. He's dead about just over a year later. Anyway, Paul Gauguin dies 1903, I think. I can't remember the exact dates. But Paul Gauguin is very famous for his interest in oceanic art, the art of Oceania, like Tahiti and the islands north of Australia, and kind of, like the Philippines, and I mean, kind of basically all things Asian, or I guess all things non-European, right? And Paul Gauguin moved to Tahiti back and forth and spent a lot of time there making paintings, as well as having some fairly disturbing relationships with young women, which is a whole other thing. We're going to talk about Paul Gauguin in a future episode. But these types of sculptures that Gauguin was making, especially this one in particular, were also very inspiring to Picasso, and Picasso would have seen these as well. So what Gauguin is doing is taking, and some might say stealing, motifs and styles, taking inspiration from these artists from Tahiti and the surrounding islands, and incorporating them into his own artwork. And again, we can talk about cultural appropriation and whether that was appropriate or not, but the fact is he did that, and that really opened up a lot of people's eyes to, like, interesting. Instead of looking at the art of Greece and Rome, or the Renaissance, Italian Renaissance, or the Dutch masters of the 1600s, Paul Gauguin says, no, let's look at the complete opposite side of the world, and let's look at their art, and is there something we can learn from that? And I think that, as much as people might want to degrade Gauguin as, as having stolen these great artworks, of these indigenous people from the other side of the planet, I do think that he did certainly open people's eyes to the potential of, and just making people appreciate this artwork. And maybe in the same way that, like, here in Canada, Emily Carr really brought attention to the work of the Coast Salish people, the Haida sculptures and totem poles that she saw when she went up to Haida Gwaii, or what was once known as the Queen Charlotte Islands. So Paul Gauguin had, again, I think he died in 1902, 1901, somewhere around there, but he has, there's a major exhibition of his work in 1903 in Paris. And it's anyone who's anyone in not just Paris, but all around Europe flocks to that exhibition to celebrate the work of this towering giant who was really the connection, just like Cézanne was, to some of the greater artists of the past, or the more recent past. And as I mentioned, Cézanne also died, I think, in 1906, and in 1906-07 there was a gigantic exhibition retrospective of his work. So within a short period of time, Gauguin and Cézanne are celebrated in Paris, and we know that Picasso went to see those exhibitions and was deeply, profoundly influenced by what he saw there. I do want to... Okay, so here's a couple of things. Although just under 30 inches high, Oviri has an awesome presence, as befits a monument intended for Gauguin's grave. Picasso was very struck by Oviri. 50 years later, he was delighted when Douglas Cooper and I told him that we had come upon the sculpture in a collection that also included the original plaster of his cubist head. Has it been a revelation like Iberian sculpture? Picasso's shrug was grudgingly affirmative. He was always loath to admit Gauguin's role in setting him on the road to primitivism. And so that word, even primitivism, is definitely not appropriate these days. Primitivism is that European appreciation, if you could say, of African art, or art by indigenous people, as the celebration of these pure people that have no education and can't ever that aren't nearly as intelligent as Europeans, but look at the adorable things that they've created, right? That's sort of the, like, but they're not even really human. They're basically like apes. And it's just amazing. They can do anything, right? That was sort of the thought. And you also, it's worth noting too, around the turn of the century, there's this colonial expansion from Europe that's been going on for hundreds and hundreds of years, but especially into North Africa. And all of these kind of artifacts are coming back to Paris and Berlin. You have the excavations of the pharaoh's tombs in Egypt, and those artifacts coming back to the British Museum, for instance. So there's all this interest in African art, African culture. Obviously, they're interested in the artifacts that they created, but the people, no, we have no interest in the people whatsoever, which is the same sort of thing happened here on the west coast of Canada, where we prized the artifacts and the masks of the Haida people, but at the same time put them into residential schools to, as they said, I can't remember the saying, but basically they wanted to kill the Indian that existed inside these people, which is just, it doesn't make any sense that you would prize the things that they do while simultaneously wanting to rid them of any aspect that allowed them to create those things in the first place. Anyway, this is one of those weird things of history that never quite understood that contradiction. Anyway, so we'll just sort of quickly look at a few more things here. So these are, again, some of the artworks that inspired Picasso. These Iberian masks and sculptures that that were also being uncovered. Right, archaeology is really just sort of, as we know it today, in its very infancy, where people were trying to preserve some of these things as opposed to just looting them and putting them in their homes. Another thing that Picasso did was collect books and magazines that featured images and drawings and paintings of some of these masks. And we won't get into this, the whole mathematical background behind Cubism. So the other little thing here, so there's the Paris exhibition in 1900, and which is, you know, there was this rage of world expos that was happening all around the world. They still happen, right? I remember there was Expo 86 here in Vancouver, and what Expo was it? Was it Expo 70? The Olympics in Montreal were 76, so the Expo in Montreal would have been before that, right? And there was one in Dubai just a few years ago. Anyway, these big expos were happening at the turn of the last century, and one of the things that sort of comes out of this is the Trocadero Palace in Paris houses this anthropological museum that intends to display the progression of the human race from cave dwellers all the way to the present. And of course, that is seen as a direct evolutionary line of which Europeans are at the top, and people from Africa are, you know, basically one step out of the cave as far as they were concerned. And so that was, again, if you think of the attitude at the time, that's for them, the idea that African people were basically cavemen and women, that there was this, wow, it's like we can just reach back into the past and meet our forefathers. Obviously, that's totally ridiculous and perverse, but that was the thinking at the time. And so Picasso, in fact, there's a, let me see if I can find this quote. Where is it? So here's Picasso's quote here, and this is again, we're quoting Picasso when I say this. He says, "When I went to the Trocadero, it was disgusting. The flea market, the smell, I was alone. I wanted to get away, but I didn't leave. I stayed. I understood that it was very important. Something was happening to me, right? The masks weren't like any other pieces of sculpture, not at all. They were magical things." So there's a few but the idea that those masks, these African masks that he saw at the Trocadero, blew his mind because they were just something completely different than he'd ever seen before. Again, you have to just remember this: 100 years ago, you know, kids in school were not exposed to any of this work really at all. The idea of even discussing the people, let alone the artifacts and things that the African people had created, would have been lunacy. Like, you probably would have got you arrested as a teacher back in the time. So Picasso would not have been aware of them until he saw these things and was like, wow, it's like coming these things from a totally different universe, a parallel dimension. And that quickly leads to him making all sorts of sketches. So let me see. Is there anything else I want to mention here? Let's start looking. I want to show you some images that Picasso was sketching out, so that this image we're looking at on the screen is one of the initial sketches that Picasso created while putting together his the Mademoiselle d'Avignon, as he's starting to plan out this project. And we just talked about some of the influences here. So one of the things... So, first of all, I should also say that Les Mademoiselles d'Avignon is not the original title for that painting. What that roughly translates into English is the women or the girls of Avignon. And all the way really up until very recently, up until when I started putting together this episode, I thought we were talking about Avignon, the region and town in France. It has nothing to do with that at all. Nothing to do with knights and Robin Hood and all that kind of stuff. Which is what my imagination went to. Avignon is basically a red light district in Barcelona, and again, just before this time, Picasso's been going back and forth between Paris and Barcelona, and he probably had a studio in that red light district in Barcelona, in the Avignon area, and he probably, at the very least, was familiar with some of those women that he used as models for his paintings. Whether he did other things too, that's another question. So originally the painting was going to be the brothel in Avignon, right? It was intended to show these prostitutes that are kind of displaying themselves for a maybe potential customer. And in this painting we have these 5 women, and then we have a sailor sitting here and a doctor or a medical student. So we have these 2 clothed men surrounded by these nude women that have very provocative postures, shall we say. Here's a sketch that Picasso did for the medical student on the left, and the medical student is holding the skull, and that's, if you were an art student 100 years ago, you would have sat side by side with medical students watching and sketching the dissection of corpses. I remember when I was a student at the Royal Academy in London, England, going and seeing the original rooms where this used to happen 300-400 years ago, or even up until the late 1800s, where literally there was a room in the round, and so you had a dissection table where they would dissect human corpses, and there are these kind of round seats that, you could only fit maybe 50 people into one of these spaces. And so the doctors from the local surgery school and the artists from the Royal Academy would be sitting side by side watching the same procedures and learning about the anatomy, the way the body works, sketching and drawing together, right? Now the idea of that happening seems ridiculous. I actually tried to organize something through my school and the general hospital here, but now because of people's privacy rights, it's basically impossible for that to happen. Unfortunately, I have to get permission from someone donating their corpse for some sort of or a scientific examination, which would be, basically have to find somebody to donate their body to for my educational purposes for my students, that's pretty difficult, right? Anyway, so there's this sketch. Here's one of the first ones where Picasso really starts putting paint onto a very small canvas. You can see this looks like just a fraction of fabric canvas that he probably had laying around in the studio. But even here we start seeing the color that really starts informing the painting. These kind of pinks and oranges, purple colors, magentas that are so important to the later composition. But again, even at this stage, we still have the medical student here. It looks like the sailor has been removed from the painting, unless that is the sailor. But you can see that he's wearing clothes where it doesn't appear that this figure is wearing clothes anymore. Here's another sketch, as we see, where it's very strange the way he's applying the paint. He's pushing paint onto that paper. but already starting to kind of abstract the human body in this very specific way. Here we also see another one now. You could see he's removed the two male figures and just focusing on the female figures. And this one here, we have all the female figures. Looks like this is still one of the male figures, I'm assuming. So a lot of back and forth, and then here's one more. Right, you can see all these being created in 1907. And the other reason why I'm showing you this too is just as a reminder that no painting jumps out of an artist's studio fully formed. Picasso thought about this work for probably a couple of years, making little sketches and notebooks and scrap pieces of paper, until he felt like the composition had fully coalesced into its final form. And that's just a good reminder that when you're working on your own paintings, that you might hit that home run at the first at-bat. It's more than likely, however, you might need to kind of work through a few versions of it before you're ready to tackle this big canvas. And this is a pretty big painting. I'll show you a couple. This is the finished version itself. But in the Museum of Modern Art's website, we can see how it's been displayed. And what's interesting here is they have photos of it throughout the years, but let's just sort of maybe look at a few here so you get an idea just in terms of the scale. So it's just about 7 feet tall, and so these figures are life size, right? They are they're imposing, and they're also looking directly at us, and which is kind of intimidating, and it's meant, I think, to be a little bit intimidating. The other thing too is that no one had really ever painted the female body or the human body really in this way. We looked at a few examples of El Greco and his sort of distortions of the human body, but there's still no mistaking that they're normal, quote-unquote, human beings. We saw some Paul Cézanne, and he is sort of tinkering with a level of abstraction which clearly influenced these guys. And again, I would say mostly men, right? But Picasso, when he paints this painting in 1907, first of all, these two mask-like faces on the right were originally painted in the same way as these faces on the left. So these are later editions. We're not exactly sure when they happened. Probably 1907, maybe even 1908. Now, I'm not exactly sure about that, but we do know that there's, through x-rays, that there's other images underneath here. So it's likely that he might have started to work on these, then saw some of those African masks, Iberian masks, and decided to kind of incorporate them and altered the original painting itself. So, I should also mention, well, maybe just, I'll stick right here. One of the things, before we move on, just that of this painting as well, is that Picasso painted it in 1907, 1908, but everyone who came to his studio and saw it was just shocked. And people would come in and laugh. They would be like, dude, that is crazy. What on earth are you... I think you're drinking a little bit too much of that absinthe. You need to kind of slow down a little bit, because this is way wacky. So, yet some of the artists, like Georges Braque, who a few years later in 1909, along with Picasso, invent Cubism. And so Braque, being a good friend of Picasso, spends a lot of time in the studio looking at this painting and is like, I don't know, man, it's a weird painting. It's, I think, kind of a bad painting, but gosh, there's something here that I've never seen before. I can't get it out of my head. And that's a good thing, because from there we have Cubism. The other kind of seminal figure that sees this work, because Picasso, again, at this time, this is kind of towards the end of the Rose period, and he's now becoming probably one of the most famous artists in Paris at the time. People are coming by the studio all the time, coming to hang out with one of the most famous artists of his time, right? And the most famous artist of his time comes to visit Picasso's studio. That artist is Henri Matisse. And Henri Matisse, for the past maybe 4 years, is considered to be the most famous living artist. And also the most aggressively avant-garde artist of his time. And we did a whole week on the work of Henri Matisse. But this is the painting that Matisse makes in response to Mademoiselle d'Avignon. So Matisse is very famous for his Fauvist paintings, and the Fauves were a group of artists that this sort of art period that lasts from about 1903 to about 1907, and Fauvism was a derogatory term that a critic used to ridicule Matisse and André Derain and Vlaminck and a few of the other painters associated with the movement that became Fauvism. Probably because some of their works were hung next to another artist, Henri Rousseau, who, let me see if we can find... Okay, so I'll show you a few examples. So this is this painting by Henri Matisse, which was hugely important at the time. The Bonheur de Vie, which would that be the celebration of life, I guess, or I don't know how you would translate that roughly into English, but this painting is considered to be the most avant-garde painting of its time before Picasso kind of creates Les Demoiselles d'Avignon. And this is what brings all sorts of attention to Matisse. And Matisse, at that moment, is crowned not only the most famous artist, but the most kind of forward-thinking artist of his time. And Picasso, being a man of gigantic ego, just cannot stand the fact that, he's done his blue period and his rose period, and he thought he had achieved a certain amount of notoriety, and then here comes Matisse, explodes onto the scene with paintings like this, and Matisse is 10 years older. Picasso is just like, what is this? This old guy is going to come and take my spotlight away from me? That's just not going to happen. Matisse exhibits that painting along with a few other ones, and along with a few of his friends, next to this painting by Rousseau, Henri Rousseau, who is this sort of kind of William Blake-like character, this kind of self-taught artist who was very popular in Paris at the time. And so some people speculate that the whole idea of Les Fauves, that name, which roughly translates to the wild beasts, that title comes from this painting being hung next to Matisse's painting, and these sort of wild animals engaged in this, like this lion biting this antelope on the neck here, and that kind of spurred the critic to kind of make that association between Matisse and Rousseau. So this is the painting that Matisse creates in response to having seen Les Demoiselles d'Avignon in Picasso's studio. And because Matisse, when he first sees it, is a little bit confused, because he thinks to himself, I know that Picasso cannot stand me. I know that Picasso resents the fact that I'm in all the newspapers, and I've taken his notoriety from him, and now everyone is looking to me to know what's going on in art. So he was like, in his mind, and we know this from some of the letters and things that he wrote, he's thinking, I wonder the fact that Picasso invited me here to see this painting, is this like an elaborate hoax? Is he hoping that I will see this painting and think that maybe Picasso's done something incredible to provoke me to do something like it as part of this elaborate attempt to humiliate me? Right? This is what Matisse is thinking. So he's just like, there is something to that Mademoiselle d'Avignon that is intriguing, but is this a trap, basically? Is my arch rival really trying to usurp me, or is he laying the groundwork for my ultimate fall from grace and humiliation? Which is just absolutely fascinating, the intrigue in between these two great masters. But of course Matisse recognizes there's something there, and this begins Matisse's own sort of trajectory into simplifying his own figures, which, culminates, well, it doesn't culminate, but, we see the dancers and the dance that Matisse goes on to create over the next few years. Okay. Wow, look at... Emerson asks, what is the special occasion for the champagne? Well, this is my 350th live stream, my 240th painting, my 1 millionth view here on YouTube, and probably within the next hour or two, my 13,000th subscriber to the channel. So there's bizarrely all this stuff colliding and happening all at once, as well as this will be the final master study episode for the next few months. There might be a couple that I might do in the interim, but for a little bit I'm going to take a break so that I can work on my my graphic novel, which you've heard me talk about before, and I'm probably going to be doing a few episodes where I share some of the progress on that book. So I'm not going away. I love doing these episodes. Don't fret. I appreciate those of you that have been with me for the past few years. But I do need to, my publisher is freaking out because they need to submit this book for award season, and they need something to be able to share with them, and it's kind of in a very states of incompletion, and I need to pull it together over the next few months. So, and all of these episodes take me like sometimes 8 to 10 hours to put together, and there's just no way I can do both. So that's why there's a lot of it's a bit of a melancholy thing to I'm celebrating and also a little bit mourning, because I love doing these things. It's been a part of, literally a part of my routine for the past 2 solid years, at least twice a week making a painting. So this seems like an appropriate one, because this was a major breakthrough, not just for Picasso, but for Western art in general. So let me just have a little sip of champagne. Kathy says, I just saw in the news a Van Gogh was found in Scotland with his self-portrait on the back. That's cool. I had not heard of that one. It's not surprising that new paintings show up all the time, because sometimes people buy a painting and they like, they're friends with the artist, and it just sort of disappears into a house and gets passed down generation to generation, and then one day somebody's like, Grandma, have you ever thought of getting that funny looking painting that's in the bathroom appraised? Just in case anything were to happen to the house, I want to make sure. And then they take it and they're like, oh yeah, this painting is worth $50 million. What? It's in the bathroom. Get it out of the bathroom. All right. So anyway, let's get into this painting here. So the next step usually is to do a bit of underpainting. I think I'm just going to go straight into this, and then we're going to paint any kind of lines as we go over top of it. So let's go right into the next step, which we'll call the background pass. But I'm thinking we're going to be moving beyond just the background, and we might be kind of all over the place, which is another feature of Cubism, right? So how about because Cubism, everything is, one way to think about Cubism is literally a box, a cube. And what happens, like if you're looking, do I have a cube here? Okay. So here's this Brillo box toy that I got for our daughter, and I just can't bear to open it. It's based on these Andy Warhol blocks. But one of the things, so if you're looking at a cube and you want to draw the cube, well, I can only see 3 sides of this cube at any one time, right? So for you guys, you can see, let's say if I hold it like this, you can see here, here, and here. But you can't see these sides that I'm touching. Cubism is imagining we unfold this box into every flap all at once and spread it out onto the floor. Well, now we can see all sides of this cube simultaneously. And then so just imagine taking that concept and expanding it to all sorts of things, not just a box or a cube, but a person's face. Imagine taking that face, unfolding it so we can see the backside of someone's head at the same time we see their nose, at the same time we see the underside of their chin, or the top side of their head, right? That's just like, that's craziness, but that's what they were trying to do. It's super fascinating. Once you start thinking about it, it really warps your brain, but I'm also fascinated with that attempt to radically reinvent how we look at things. Anyway, so when it comes to painting this background, let's look at the original and think about where we want to start here. Okay. Well, I should also say one thing, as we're looking at this painting, we see that there's paint on top of paint, because Picasso doesn't know exactly what he's going to create when he starts here. So he's painting things and he's painting them out. We just talked about how he painted the faces that were here originally. He painted these African-inspired masks over top of them. So, you know, I was even thinking to myself, maybe we should paint like face, quote-unquote, real faces underneath these masks, and then paint these masks over top. And I'm like, oh my goodness, that's just craziness. We'll be here all night. And where do you stop with that kind of thing? So, you know, we could paint colors under here and then paint it over. I'm just going to try to paint what we see in the final version of this painting. So a little bit of the question to myself is, can we just cover this entire painting with one color? Like, for instance, this kind of pinkish, peachy color. Can we just paint that over top of the entire canvas? Or do we need to break it up in a few places? I don't think I'm going to be able to get away with it. I was hoping I was going to be able to do that, but it looks like what I'm going to probably do is paint like a brown and a gray and a blue. We'll paint, I think we're going to paint around the figures to start. Okay, so let's get this paint on the canvas, or on the palette, sorry. So the first thing we're going to do is put a little bit of, I'll put a little bit of each color on here. I should also mention, you know, one of the things you may recall, this J. DeFeo painting we made back in December, and this is exactly how her painting is at the LA County Museum of Art, and it's huge and weighs over a couple tons, but is covered in paint. And so when I've got extra paint at the end of the night, this is what I do with it. Instead of just throwing it in the garbage or washing it down the sink, I just smear it on my J. DeFeo painting. And who knows, maybe in another 10 years, they're also going to have to take the wall off my studio to get it out of here, just as they did with Jay DeFeo's painting, because she just kept working on that, and they had to literally take the wall off of her apartment, the outside wall off her apartment in New York City, to get it out of the house. Which I just think is just awesome. I love that. So I'm just gonna mix a little bit of gray right here. So I'm putting some of my cool blue and cool yellow directly on top of one another there. And here's my warm red. And cool reds. I think we're going to use all of the colors. And I'll say too, like, by working on that Jay DeFeo painting, you know, periodically over, you know, at the end of every session, I don't feel so bad about wasting paint that I used to. You know, because there'll be times where, you know, if there was a little bit of paint left over, I'm scraping it and putting it into jars, and then that paint dries up, or I'm sitting here trying to figure out how I can use it at the end of the night rather than just going to sleep, right? Anyway, let's mix our gray first. So again, here's my cool blue, cool yellow, and warm red. I've just kind of piled them into here. Let's stir it up. Little darling, stir it up. We're making a gray. So when we mix these three colors together, they cancel each other out, and they're pulling one another into the neutral core in the middle of the painting. And if you notice your color looks one way or the other, like the that it's leaning towards, in this case, a bit more of a brown, what that tells us is we've got kind of a good amount of yellow, and even more specifically red here, that we need to add a little bit more blue in here to kind of pull it in the opposite direction. I add more blue. It's still not enough. Let's put more in here. It's starting to move. Still looks a little brown. Let's put a bit more blue in here. And then I do my best to try to mix it all the way in, because sometimes you get a little area that is still a little bit brown or a little bit purple. Like, let's say if it's a little bit purple, we've got a lot of red and blue. We need more yellow in here. That, I think, just did it. I think that's our gray. So this also can be really hard to see what color this is, and I've got some pretty good lighting in the studio here, and that really helps, having good lighting in your studio. But if you're not sure and you're like, I don't know, it's so hard to tell what that color is, well, the easiest thing to do is to take a little bit of white. And so let's take some white and mix that white into this color, and that looks pretty darn good. That looks like a gray. So if you can't tell, add a little bit of white to it, and then you should see if it looks a little bit brown or a little bit green or a little bit purpley. Right? Then you can just add a little bit of the opposing color in there to get the color you do want. So let's we want a fairly light gray, so I'm going to add a lot of white here. And notice how I'm just mixing it to the side, so that, because otherwise trying to lighten a color is quite difficult. So the easiest thing is to literally start a new mix. Okay. Now, well, I was going to say maybe I can wash this brush, but let's just see. can I use this gray right away? Let's put these side by side. I think my gray's a little bit too dark. But the other thing too is it might be nice to have, yeah, it's a little bit dark. But you know what? I'm going to paint this a little bit darker, or you know, if yours was a little bit lighter, that's okay too. That way I can go over it again with a lighter color and kind of give it a bit of more nuance. And I'll show you that in a few moments. So I'm just going to keep on going. And look how this paint has got a little bit dirtier. I'm going to allow it to be a little bit dirty. And you'll also notice I'm not being too careful about quote-unquote painting in the lines. If anything, I kind of go out of my way to paint over top of the lines. It's a little bit tricky when we're doing this with white, because white will cover up lines pretty well. But you know, if you're a little bit more on the careful side, you can kind of just paint right up to the line, maybe a little bit over top of it, but so my goal is not to blend all this in seamlessly. I want as much sort of variation in my grays as possible. And these are just some of the lighter grays right now. I'm going to darken some, or sorry, this is the darker gray. I'm going to lighten almost all of it up considerably. So it takes a bit more white on here. You can see I'm painting quickly. I notice, like, when I'm working with students in person, I'm always, well, not really surprised, but I just notice how slowly people often do these initial steps in the painting. And it drives me absolutely bonkers, because it's like, this is a time where we want to be going quickly. We don't want to be sitting around doing little tinkery details here. We want to be going just about as quickly as you possibly can. That's also why I'm using a brush that's not particularly great for tiny little details. That forces me to not get stuck into the details, to move kind of quickly. Right, to literally kind of just like this, just push that paint into the surface here. And you know what? If you're painting this and you lose sight of like little lines like that underneath the white, who cares? Like, especially in this type of a painting, you're gonna be okay. All will not be lost. think there's a little bit of something underneath here, so I'm even just going to scratch that underneath there. Let's get a little bit of more white paint. So now this paint is kind of drying a little bit, which is usually not desirable to paint into paint that is kind of a little bit wet, because it can kind of get sticky, and but this is kind of the perfect time to use a technique that we usually go out of our way to avoid. Okay, I think that's a reasonable, good first step, just to come right out of the gates like that. And there's probably in a few places where I could have put some white and I didn't. That's okay. Really, if anything, at the moment, I'm just sort of blocking in shapes, trying to figure out where I want to actually put things, less than figuring out the final composition here. Okay, so I think I'm going to clean these brushes off, and as always, I like to wipe off the excess paint before I put them into the water, so that I don't just get my water all muddy, because then I'm going to have to go change my water every 10 minutes, right? This way I can use the same thing of water for 4 or 5 hour painting and not and not need to change it. Okay. Getting champagne and tea and stuff all over the place. It's chaos over here. So let's make a brown now. Now, the brown that we want to put in the background, we want to have, generally we want to think about this as a cooler brown. And we're going to use a warmer brown for the figures in the foreground. So just to, even though Picasso is playing with classical approaches to color and paint, just for our purpose, I'm still going to use a cooler color when possible for our background. So I'm going to mix this cool blue or cool brown using my let's use a little bit bigger brush. I was just looking to see how much brown there actually was here. So where should we do this? I'm going to do this down here. So I'm going to take my cool yellow. I should probably take that whole thing. So I'm going to take my cool yellow and my cool red and then my cool blue. And I don't care if there's a little bit of that darker color in here at all. This probably was a little too much blue, but let's mix this together. And it doesn't matter which way you start, if you mix a green or you mix an orange, or even a purple. It all comes out as we mix. Right, so we kind of basically started maybe with a little bit more of a green, and by adding the red to it, it becomes more and more brown. But we could have started the other way. We could have started with an orange and added blue to it, and then that would go brown. We could just start with a purple and added yellow to it, and that would also work. So let's just see this color. What I'm looking at is the color right up in this area. So right now, this color is still actually kind of a bit of a greenish brown. So I'm going to add more red to it and a little bit more blue. And those two colors together are going to make this go much darker. might have just overshot it a little bit, so I need to get more yellow. Now you'll notice that by mixing these cool colors, I'm not going to be able to get that exact color that he used, just because these cool colors just it's literally a different color combination. But oops, it is for me it is a bit silly to try to use these warm and cool colors when we're painting a cubist painting, and to try to continue with those. That's the same sort of approach to painting, but this is a painting class, and the more that we can continue to work on these fundamental skills, the better everyone will ultimately be. So you can see this color kind of gone back and forth a little bit, even with me. So if when you're painting you're like, oh, it's now it's too blue, now it's too yellow, don't worry about it. That should be a fun thing, not like a thing that frustrates you. Don't ever think that you have to get it right the first time, or there's some you failed as a human being or some kind of crazy thing, right? It's okay. Right? Okay, so I'm going to take this color again. It's going to look a little bit different than the original. But even then, you know, after having painted this color, I could decide afterwards to maybe paint a little bit of a warmer brown over top, and maybe I'll do that. Maybe we'll do it just right after this. I don't know. Again, we're just going to get these colors in place, and then we can modify them infinitely. Okay. Let's take a smaller brush. And it's worth just sort of, I think this is still a little bit wet there, but it is worth noticing how this same color, look how differently it behaves on top of this gray as opposed to the warm yellow we painted there previously. Is that everything at the moment? Let's get a little bit of hair here. Okay. Carol says, the original looks more like a terracotta red than a brown to me. It's probably just the lighting. But I get it. Layers. Yeah. I mean, one would probably, like, terracotta, we could have this argument, but is a bit of like, it's an earthy red, right? Which is all browns, or at least warm browns, have their basis in those earthy reds. But again, we're still building up here. I think it always goes without, or it should be restated as often as possible, that what we're seeing is not the finished painting. That's not the way that I paint. It's certainly not the way Picasso painted, absolutely. Picasso and really every major artist of renown, I would even say even to this day, paints building up layers. I constantly see on YouTube people who will paint like a landscape and they'll just paint the sky in perfectly, and then that's done. That's done. Nothing else has been touched, but the sky is done. Boom. Let's do a tree. Go to the tree. And we've got a white canvas, and there's now a tree there. And then everything just sort of like puzzle pieces are getting put together in sections. I suppose if that works for anyone out there, then do it. I'm not saying you shouldn't do that, but these classes are this master studies. We're studying from the great artists of the past, and this is the way I would say maybe 90% of them worked, right? There are other examples, even Picasso, especially, from like maybe the 1930s, 40s forward, definitely was more and more lax about the way that he painted, but this gives you a pretty good idea of the process. Okay. Now, let's do... I think before I do move on, I'm going to go back in with some white now. And almost do a little bit of glazing in certain areas. So I'm just going to get a smaller brush. And I'm going to use... What should I use? Maybe I'm actually going to use a little bit of my glazing fluid, even though I'm not technically really going to be doing glazing as it's more traditionally thought of. But because I'm not painting with... Like, if I was painting with oil paint, this would still be wet for the next few weeks. And I could go on vacation, come back, and the painting would still be exactly... Well, it would be a little bit more dry than it is now, but I'd be able to do... I'd be able to mix paint directly into the surface, and the paints would mix together like Picasso's doing, because he's painting with oil paint. When I'm painting with acrylic paint, the paint dries quickly, and that's both a benefit and a weakness depending on how you want to think about it. And sometimes in the same painting it can be both, right? So I'm going to take some of this white, I'm going to mix it into my glazing fluid, and so the glazing fluid is going to make this white more transparent. It's also going to make it dry much slower. It's got a slow drying element to it. So this way I can go and paint over top of some things without completely obliterating what was there before. And I'm going to try to resist the urge to kind of blend this out nice and seamlessly, and instead leave it a little bit rough, and so that we can still see these brush strokes. Oh, where did that black come from? I wasn't paying it. Just dipped my paintbrush into the color while I was looking up at the screen, and whoa, something jumped onto the brush. That's okay. Didn't look where I thought I knew where my palette was, but I guess I had a few surprises in there. And I'm not done with this white yet either, right? How did that happen? But again, that kind of stuff, I personally don't mind. I want to build up these surfaces with complexity and for there to be all sorts of strange things underneath the surface that make people want to look more carefully. Okay. Okay, so now let's take some cool blue and mix this into the white. So I'm taking my cool blue. Now that blue is really saturated. Even when I add white to it, it's still like, wow, launching out from outer space. So there might be a few places where we're going to need that cool blue right out of the tube, but instead what I want to do is I want to add some of my black to it. So I'm adding black and white, which together make gray, and if I add the black into this cool blue, we can just sort of darken it. So we're taking the saturation down and darkening it just a little bit. Getting closer to the original. And there is a little bit of glazing fluid in here still, right? Which will allow me to blend if necessary. Now it looks like that could be even darker, so let's just take a bit more saturated pigment and a little bit more black. Again, you can see I'm not concerned about getting the color perfect, nor am I concerned about getting it in quote-unquote the exact right place. Right, there's always room for all sorts of adjustments later on. Right, I'm still using a pretty big brush that is going to make it difficult to be too accurate. And I do that deliberately to myself to prevent myself from getting stuck in the detail weeds. I'm nowhere near being able to refine anything yet, so You know, like the example, you know, I always give, like using metaphors related to food because they always seem so appropriate. You know, it's similar to, like, you wouldn't want to garnish a dish before, like, while it's still in the oven. Like, you wouldn't want to take it out, start garnishing it, and plating it, and then putting it back into the oven. It would be like that. It'd be crazy. That's the way that so many people these days work, and I'm all for artists challenging convention, and I just think it's this type of process works really well. I think we've shown pretty conclusively over the past while, but just kind of dry brushing a little bit of that blue into a few different places. Or this grayish blue, I should say. Okay. Looks like there might even be a bit of blue up here. So I'm kind of like trying to see through, use my X-ray vision to see through the paint to see if there's little colors underneath, kind of hiding underneath these areas here. That area, it looks kind of to me like he's got this brown and he's kind of turned it into a bit of a gray. So it's this little area down here. I'm just going to keep painting a little bit with the same thing. I love using the same color in different places because it helps integrate it. Like if this color is just all by itself on the bottom of the canvas, it can possibly seem a little bit out of place. Whereas if I start to kind of utilize it in a few different places, it kind of fits in. Now this brush is kind of a little bit of a dry brush. I'm just going to paint this in her hair. And then I think I'm ready to maybe move back to the foreground, or to the foreground for the first time. Okay. I think that's pretty good for a first Pass in the background, just waiting for the software to reboot here for a second so that I can do the foreground elements. There we go. Okay, so we've got our background begun. We've established it. It's not finished, but we've kicked it into gear. And now let's do the figures. So we're gonna mix like a peachy color for these flesh tones, which is another reason this painting is strange, because these flesh tones don't really look like anybody's skin color. It helps heighten the strangeness of the painting. And then we're gonna come back to the background, finish the background, then come back to the foreground, finish the foreground, and one would hope at that point we'll be done. Sometimes we have to go back to the background, work on it a second, third, fourth time. So let's in fact, let's just take a look here. Just looking at these colors. So what we'll do is start out by mixing a warm flesh tone, and then we're gonna be modifying it, making it a little bit more pinkish, a little bit more peachy, a little bit more bluish as we go here. And we're primarily going to be using our warm yellow and warm red, but we're also going to be mixing a little bit of cool red into this mixture as well, because I can see it in a few places. Okay, so I'll show you this color, because this is a little bit different than quote-unquote normal flesh tones that we've painted in the past. It is a little bit, again, that's part of what makes this painting strange, is just the color that he's chosen here. So I start out with my warm yellow, and then I add some warm red to it, and we get this peachy color. And then we're going to add some little bit of blue. Take some warm blue, just a bit more. Mix just a little bit in here. Gets us to just a tiny bit of that brownish quality. And then we'll put a little bit of white here, so I can even preserve this color, and then just mix to the side here. I think I've used this brush as much as I need, so I'm just going to clean that off. A good little bit of paint came off there. So, you know, there does look like there's a more cool red in that painting than normal, but let's take a bit more warm red just for now. Let's see, we get more of this kind of peachier color. And even though I'm going to be modifying this color, I think I'm going to paint pretty much all of these bodies with a very thin coat of this color to get started. So there's not too much white in here, but you know, because there are these little details, I am just going to add a little bit of my glazing fluid. You could use matte medium instead, if you wanted. But the benefit of using glazing fluid is it's just going to stay a little bit wet a little bit longer. So if I do want to try to blend colors into this, I'll be able to do a bit of that. Okay, so you can see when I paint over top of things, my pencil lines are preserved. I don't have to be too stressed out about them just disappearing because there's a lot of white in this color I just mixed, right? Again, I'm still using a pretty big brush for all these little details. And my goal here is to just sort of paint right up to, and maybe even a bit on top of the background a bit, so that I'm going to hide all my yellow. One of the benefits too of using this yellow as a primer is it just makes it really clear what parts of the background we've painted and haven't painted. Because I'd much rather see a little bit of yellow peeking through in between a couple colors than white. I just think like kind of white is a bit of a blah color. I mean, it's obviously one of the most important colors, but I'd much rather have something else there. Even if it doesn't have to be that warm yellow, it could be a cool blue or a cool red or a orange, or doesn't matter. We've looked at a number of paintings where we've done just that and painted alternative colors as Imprimaturas to get started. I mean, even the warm yellow that I paint is very uncommon, right? I've just been doing this for our Master Study series and kind of fell in love with it. Now I use it in my graphic novel that I'm using to really put it through its paces, and I just really like the results. So it's sort of becoming kind of my own little trademark approach to painting. Okay, that makes me so excited, because now we've got, everything sort of in place. I guess we should do, which color should we do down here? I'm almost tempted to do something a little bit more red in here. And there's going to be a few places, like I can see little bits of this red up here in Like, I mean, let's just put a few of it down. I mean, I'm going to paint probably all that out in a little bit. But again, having some of this scattered around the painting will help. Yeah, let's just do this right now. Yeah, you know what, this is, I'm liking where this goes, so let's just take a bit more. Why did I take that white with the blue? I don't know. Just to keep this kind of transparent, because there's some white in there. Just want to make sure it doesn't get too opaque. Even right now, I'm not being too careful about matching these colors. I love the magic of when we layer colors on top of one another, what happens. So I'm always just trying to get more of that to happen as much as possible. I don't want everything to look the same. I want there to be lots of variations, and you know, I'm not making a McDonald's cheeseburger here. I want to create something where maybe halfway through the meal somebody bites into something and gets a flavor they didn't taste anywhere else. Like, whoa, that's cool. Oh, I just had, wow. The dish continued to surprise me as I bit into it, right? Okay. Can I... Let's see, that's, I think, pretty good for that stage. Alright. I think I can move on, now that I got all that done. Because one thing, too, is now that we've got paint everywhere, it allows us to see the colors as they are. You know, when we've got that strong yellow there, it really influences how we see all of the colors. You know, it's sort of like if you have, let's say, a flag, because I just saw Pedro posted here that looks like, is that the Brazilian flag? It's hard to see because it's so tiny. But, you know, let's say you had a Brazilian flag in your window of your apartment and it's casting light out somewhere onto the opposite wall. You'd be like, is that a green wall or a white wall or a wall that's got a little bit of green, but then there's green being projected on? It's like, I can't tell, right? Because there's just, those colors are mixing optically and our brain just struggles. So once we start filling it in, then we can now start to see these actual color relationships, and only then do we worry about trying to get the color quote-unquote correct. And does it help to get these colors closer? Yes, it does, of course. Right? Because when we are doing maybe a little bit thinner layers, every one of those layers is important. We would get if we painted greens and purples and oranges and whatever in different areas, of course the final painting is going to turn out differently. But even then, we could probably fix it and you would never know. or that would be a really interesting results that would be really surprising and exciting. And I personally love to be surprised by my paintings. Even when I'm replicating somebody else's paintings, when it kind of goes off the rails a little bit, there's two ways you can be like panicking and crying and frustrated, or you can be like, wow, that was unexpected. I did not expect that to happen. And then you think to yourself, is that an unexpected occurrence that I can deal with, that I can incorporate, that it's a new door is opened in showing me a new hallway, a new place for me to explore? Should I go and check it out and see where it leads? Or do I go, no, close the door. No, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. It's all right. I saw it. Right? I would prefer to see that glimpse. That's the Bob Ross happy accident, right? You do something you don't expect or don't want to do, but then you look at it and think, there's an opportunity here. And I think if we think about, all of us throughout our lives have had those times where something happened that we didn't want to happen, but it turned out to be like a blessing in disguise, as the cliche goes, right? Maybe one day you miss your bus to work and you're running and sweaty, and then you run into a cafe to to call your boss or get change or buy a muffin while you wait for the next bus. And then maybe the love of your life walks through the door, and that is how you meet this person. Or an old friend that you haven't seen in 20 years happens to be sitting there. They're on their way to the airport. They're just drifting through town. And if you had caught that bus, you would never have seen them, and that connection would never have happened. Yeah, you missed your bus. That's a drag. But look what else happened. And I think those are moments that we face in a painting all the time. And you can either embrace it, or you can get really upset when those moments happened. And sometimes they happen and you're like, I didn't mean for that to happen, and you fix it and you move on. But it's always worth just taking a second to maybe peek through that door and see if there's maybe an undiscovered landscape that you can go and run free into, right? And Carol says, I vote for it to be your original beautiful work and not so matchy-matchy to the original. Absolutely. Yes, of course. Yes, I appreciate that. Thanks, Carol. Okay. Have we gone up here yet? Let's do this. So let's go back to the background now, because we started with the background, then we went to the foreground, and in both cases we were using bigger brushes and being pretty, loosey-goosey, and not at all concerned really with the results. We're just filling paint in as quickly as possible. Now is when we want to kind of maybe slow down and to start thinking about what needs to be where. And we can be a little bit more precise, maybe even going to smaller brushes. Right now the painting starts to slow down. So, obviously there's a lot of this looks like very unfinished, right? It looks very much like in the process of creation, which I know for some people, this is very hard to deal with a painting in this current state. Yes, it is very appealing to watch those YouTube videos where one section is created, they start here, boom, that's done. It's never touched again. This place is done. And it just seems to kind of like these interlocking puzzle pieces form and the puzzle's done. That is certainly one way of painting, but here it's like something is resting on the bottom of the ocean and we're pulling it up to the surface. And it's very murky and strange, but as it gets closer and closer, it starts to come into view, sort of like a Polaroid picture. That's the way I think of painting, or even drawing. I work all throughout the entire surface. So let's think about where should we start next in terms of our background. Well, maybe we should go for this terracotta color that Carol was talking about. So we can try to mix that. So now it's possible that we could put some warmer colors into the background if we wanted, as well as putting cooler colors into the foreground. By kind of putting cooler colors in the background at an earlier stage, it allows us to, let's say, glaze warmer colors over top of them, and that original cool color is just going to pull that warm color backwards a little bit, like a hand reaching out of the grave, like, no, you're gonna stay in the background with me, right? Or you put that cool color and you're like, no, you're coming back up to the surface. So, because otherwise, if we just immediately go start putting warmer colors into the background, then they're going to kind of like push forward, right? And if we put some cooler colors immediately right onto the foreground, they're going to kind of push backwards. And you're going to have this like, well, it doesn't make any sense for the figure to be behind the background, right? We want to try, even if we use those cool and warm colors in the foreground and background, we want them to still kind of recede and progress towards us in kind of expected ways. So let's get this kind of basically it's like the warmer brown that we painted earlier. So let's mix this. We'll mix it again. Let's take this, our warm red, because we want to make one that's a little bit darker. So warm red and cool yellow. So we got this kind of darker orange. Let's take our warm blue and mix this in here. Right, that's really nice. It's still almost just a little bit too red. So I think let's put a bit more yellow in here. Lighten it up just a bit. I might add just a tiny bit of blue back into here as well. I think that's close, but we won't really know until we start applying this paint onto this surface here. It does look like needs to be more red in there. But you know what? Let's see if we mix a bit of the cool red, just out of curiosity. You know what? It looks like there's a gray in here that I didn't perceive earlier on. So I'm going to take some of my black and my white and mix this gray, which is just going to kind of neutralize the intensity of that color. That might be a bit too much gray, so let's just... These be even more red. Let's Takes both of these reds in here. A little bit more blue. You see, I'm just throwing paint on here, and if I want, I can just wipe some of this off. I don't mind if it was there, but if you're afraid it's building up too much. Yeah, it looks like we need more blue and gray. There, that is the color. I'm not sure if it's showing up on camera much, but that's pretty darn close. So I'm just going to paint. Yeah, I don't know how well that shows up on camera, but I'm pretty confident I got it. Okay, how much of that color is really around? Now let's lighten that up. Now I gotta get a version of this that has maybe a little bit less white in it. I'll do maybe a little bit of outlining with some other colors, like whites and stuff as we go. I'm just going to kind of dry brush that in there. So I love how like complex all these colors are. Right? There's our eye is perceiving lots of different colors inside of these colors. I love that. Back to this darker brown. Okay, let's go for a bit more of this peachy color. Actually, it's kind of that orangey. Where should we do this? Yeah, I put too much red in there too quickly. So let's see if I can. I'm working on this face right here. So it's a little bit of like a tiny bit of white that was still on my brush. Oh, I just realized this is not technically the background, but I just sort of went directly into that area. And you know where I'm going to take a bit of this? I'm going to put a bit of that right there. Hey, why not a bit right here too? Where else? Is that everything with this color? I think so. Now let's paint some of this white back into the background. Again, I'm going to use some of my glazing fluid and white. I don't even care if there's a little bit of color on there too. Put a bit more glazing fluid in there. Just a little bit. Because I'm kind of painting a little bit thin here. And maybe I'm just going to take another brush, just soften out any brush strokes that are too much. And in a few minutes, we'll start diving into more details, because we've been kind of on the big picture for a little while, so we'll get closer in here shortly. So I'm not going to go full on to my bright whites until closer towards the end, even in the backgrounds. Those will be little finishing touches where I'll amp those areas up, because I want to preserve. It's sort of like, I think of like white and black as, you know, your fire extinguisher, right? You want to try to, you know, if we can put the fire out without breaking the fire extinguisher, great. We want to wait until we absolutely need it and then use it. So I'm going to take a bit of, a little bit of brown. Looks like I need a bit of black too. Just to get this area up here to be just a little bit off white. Okay. We may want to put even a little bit more brown in there. I think that might be, is that good for now? Maybe let's take just a bit more brown. Let's just a little bit more of our black. That just gives a slightly muted color. I'm going to take a bit of warm yellow as it is. There we go. Ah, got a bit of blue on there. And that blue just sort of killed that yellow, so let's put a bit of it back. Very subtle. Okay. And you know what? I just want to glaze very lightly. Just a little bit more of this slightly peachy color. Oops. Wanted to get a little hint of peachiness. Yeah, we'll paint over top of this because I wanted. It looks like, you know, he painted the figure's clothing at least right there after he had done the full body. So that skin tone was coming through there. So I just want to capture that. And that's good. Yeah, it's funny, like that color, I'm pretty sure is exactly the color that I see on the screen, but on camera it doesn't look the same at all. Anyway, that's just one of the weird things. Carol says, sadly I have to go to bed. It has been a pleasure learning from you. You're quite informative and I love your process. I'm excited to get back to painting again. Awesome, Carol. Well, thanks so much for tuning in, and there's lots of existing episodes already, so lots to keep you busy. Okay. I guess we should probably just start refining this background now. And maybe getting a little bit of some darker values into the shadows here. Let's take some of... a little bit of this glazing fluid in here to make it easy to blend. And you know what? I think it's time to downshift to a smaller brush. How small do I want to get? Maybe not too small just yet. Which was that? Okay, so I think we're ready to... Okay, so You can see it looks in person the same, but it doesn't look the same on camera. Okay. Oh, looks like I did a slightly different thing there, but that's okay. Let's go down. And then I can fan that out a little bit. Oh, I was supposed to go, down to here. We'll see if I want to fix that later. Okay. What else? Let's go to the gray on the far right here. Or actually, you know what? Let's start tackling some of this stuff down here. Although, you know what? Let's clean this brush. I want to gray. Again, put a little bit of glazing fluid to help the blending process. Oops. Thought that was going to be much darker than it is. That's okay. Let's darken this gray a bit here. I'm just adding some black. So I'm not too concerned about getting all these little parts here sorted. This area down here where I'm working in this fruit bowl is actually the place where people who consider this to be the first Cubist painting, this is usually the area that they're focusing on. I think we look at the faces and we think, oh, those are Cubist faces, but technically they bear very little resemblance to Cubism as we know it, right? They're maybe kind of like trademark Picasso, but not really very Cubistic. Well, the faces are a little bit distorted, but I think that's just more Picasso's style as opposed to technically what artists were trying to do with Cubism. Because when you look at this table, it's like, what on earth are we really looking at? Like, what is this table? How does that even make sense as a table? And that's how Cubism is born. I'm going to take my black, a little bit of glazing fluid again. And I'm not going to try to finish all of this detail here just yet. I think I'm going to move on pretty quickly after this and move to a different part of the painting, because I'll feel kind of good that I've got this kind of established and begun. Remember, I want this painting to develop kind of like a Polaroid. So, just like a Polaroid, we don't get one little sliver that's finished. You know, one face appears while the rest isn't. Everything comes into focus simultaneously. Where else can I use the same? Actually, well, let's maybe just darken this fold just a little bit before I move completely on. Alright, so kind of nice to see a few little things kind of coming into focus down there. Maybe I will, actually, now that I've just zoomed out, but these little fruits. More white in here. Okay, I'm getting too far down into the details down there. I want to move on before I get trapped down there. Let's move up into this area here. Let's put some more glazing fluid. Let's take more white. You know, I guess at this stage, should I darken? You know what? Before I do that, I want to paint a little bit into my blue and just darken in a few places there. So this was my cool blue. Let's get some more black on there. Can hear our daughter running around with her shoes on upstairs, making clackety sounds. The other thing we start seeing is look at the way that he starts applying paint. A little bit more like the way Cézanne painted as well, with very visible brushstrokes. And that becomes like a big feature of Cubism, of not hiding the brush stroke, allowing it to kind of be there. And that's, of course, one of the things that people immediately attack about it. It's just like, how gauche to not refine it. You know, it's like what is it like to just allow such rough, unfinished areas of the painting? Just was an outrageous provocation. And you know, the older guard who had spent their entire lives kind of promoting a certain type of art see this kind of thing and they feel like almost a moral obligation to kind of stand up and say something. You know, feel like the world is coming to an end, and what are these young people doing? They're just blatantly ignoring all sense of common decency. And that's how they talked about it. They talked about it as, you know, a deeply indecent, offensive. You know, people make paintings today and they might be a little bit offensive, but most people just go like shrug their shoulders. Who cares? Whatever. But back then there were certainly factions within the art world that saw this as like a clash of civilizations, or the downfall of the Western Empire that had to be confronted. Someone has to say something. My goodness, we can't just let this type of art go unchallenged. Paula says, the most happy time is watching a child grow up. Paul says, I have been asked by my grandson, have you attended kindergarten? I probably mentioned before, our daughter has autism, and she's a little bit behind other kids when it comes to talking and such. So we spend a lot of time with other kids, and or talk. And we are, you know, I can't wait until our daughter does talk, but I do get the feeling that once she starts talking, she will be talking all day long, until, from the moment she wakes up till the moment she falls asleep. I think she's got a lot to say. She's got some making up to do to catch up. So it'll be pretty funny. And, you know, if she never talks, that'll be fine too. I don't think that will happen, but she does say a little bit here and there. That's going to be black soon, but even if I painted a little bit of different color now, just to help me see, whatever I can do to clarify things. And hey, maybe by the end I'll be like, I actually kind of like that blue there. You never know. Okay, I think I've got almost all of this. Another thing that I'm doing a little bit of, like for instance, in an area like this, you can, this is that line right there, And let's say even this one right here, I can paint them, and then when I put the white over top, I'll just overlap it a little bit, and it'll look like this super, super fine detail that I've managed to paint in there, even though I'm kind of using a backward way of getting there. So I don't, instead of trying to paint a tiny thin line, I'll paint white over top of it, and it'll look like there's that tiny thin line there. Okay. So I think I'm gonna go now into the white. Oh, you know what? I want to go into the black, dark brown, and do a little bit of exactly what I was doing in the background, and then we'll do the white. Just to do exactly what I was just talking about, getting those really thin lines. I was going to use that white. Let's just clean that brush off so it's not hardening up on us. So my white, or my glazing fluid, and black. You know, we want like 70% color to glazing fluid, right? We don't, the thinner that gets, the more transparent it gets, and then we might feel like we've got to paint it back again afterwards. So where should we zoom into? How about did that area? Remember, I'm just working in the background at this moment, so I'm not painting anything in the foreground, the figures yet. I'm just sort of cleaning, prepping this area. Now, are those big brush strokes like this? No. Well, remember, the painting itself is about 7 feet tall, and I'm working on a 12-inch canvas. So I'm going to be exaggerating some of these brush strokes. let's just get a bit more gray. On here. Like, I think this is a painting probably Picasso started and worked on for a long time. Potentially even a few years. Again, and when I say that, I don't mean that he was painting every day, crack of dawn until night on the same painting. Just that he probably, you know, when people came into the studio and were like, whoa, dude, this is weird. Like, what are you doing? He probably might change things, move things around a little bit. I mean, Picasso is also famous for erasing things that people did like. So someone might come into Picasso's studio and say, oh, that's a weird painting. I don't know about those about the bodies, but the faces, they're perfect. Wow, that's really cool. I love how you did it. And he'd be like, oh, interesting. And then they'd go away, come back a week later, and the painting, the bodies are exactly the same, but the faces have been totally obliterated. And one of Picasso's quotes is like, you know, paint out the best part of the painting, and if it's good, it will return. It'll just keep resurfacing. Now, I don't know if I would recommend that as a process, but it is, and I don't think he really believed that. I think that might have just been a provocative thing he might have said for a newspaper article or something. But it is, you know, an interesting kind of thing just to ponder, I suppose. So while this paint is still a little wet, I can go in and brush this a little bit more white into some of those areas. Remember, we're going to paint the things back over top of this background. We're still just kind of finessing the background. Okay, let's do this area around this head here. Where should we start? Let's go for some bit of a gray. Darker gray, perhaps. Keep it kind of chunky. And a bit of a dry brushy kind of quality. Let's take some white. And let's get darker and darker. He's got kind of a bit of a scribble that he does in here. That's just not really possible with these brushes at this scale, so I'm just going to kind of try to simulate a little bit of it. Might do the little things with the bowl of fruit with a Posca pen, perhaps. Let me think about that as we go. So again, we can clean this up a little bit as it dries. That's good. again, if I want to trim these lines, make them thinner, then we can do that while we add a little bit of white back over top of some of this. Potentially, if we want to. Okay, can I move on to a different color? Like, I think I'm almost ready to just go into the white that's in the background, and then we'll be done the background, which I know this is one of the longer episodes. It's gonna be the, you know, I certainly don't mind doing this, because I love this painting, and the history behind it is so foundational and important. Okay, there might be a little bit more as I go, but let's move. Oh, that wasn't on camera. I want to do a bit of white, so I'm just gonna take glazing fluid. Let's take the rest of this white. There's a little bit of red in there, it doesn't matter. And I didn't even clean my brush. There's still a bit of gray on there. I don't mind. Okay. And, you know, it's maybe worth going back to this place. Remember, I was saying I was going to paint over top of this line. Right, to make this one appear thinner. Now, if I was painting this at on like 7-foot tall canvas, I would probably approach it a little bit differently. I wouldn't be so worried about, like, I could be painting all of these. I wouldn't have to worry so much about what order I do things, because when everything gets shrunk down, you would never even notice. Only people who, like, in the gallery who would see it would notice what was painted on top of what. So a big part of what we're doing here is kind of scale dependent. But I think, most people who are probably watching are painting, have a limited studio space and are trying to make the most of what they have. Painting on your kitchen table while the kids are at school, or, your roommate's away for the day, and then everything's got to be packed up again. You're not worried about painting on a giant canvas. So these are solutions that are mostly appropriate for this particular scale, right? Okay, let's move on. Drives me crazy when I'm not on the frame. I'm probably going to have to do a little bit of extra little touch-ups with white afterwards. That's just how it'll be. Okay. Go back to my blue here. Another reason I like moving around the canvas all the time is that I can get, because instead of mixing one color and using it in an area, I can make that area look kind of flat and one-dimensional. If I come back to the same area a little bit later on and sort of remix that color or put a, then everything's going to be just slightly different, a little bit more nuance. And that's something I want. I want as much of that nuance as I can get. Okay. That's good for now, right? So now we'll move to a different area here. Wow, there's so many comments here. Where did we... Paul says, I'm so slow tonight. I might have to do some fixing this evening. And Stacy says, Paula, I love that you paint along as he paints. Paula says, I told myself this is a class, like a school. Stacy says, my life rotates around someone else, so I have to be able to hit the pause button. Donna says, I've been moving furniture around and sorting all day and still not finished. And Paula, good point. Take your time, just have fun. It's not a commission anyways. Well said. Even if it was a commission, you'd want to try to have a little bit of fun. Okay. Let's I think we've tinkered around in the background quite a lot, and by background there's also been, as you know, a few places we've done in the quote-unquote foreground, but because of this being a little bit ambiguous as to what exactly is in the background, what exactly is in the foreground, so we've sort of been touching a little bit in both areas. But now I'm pretty satisfied that if I had to walk away from the background, that really I could. But the foreground definitely needs more work here. We've really done just the bare minimum on these figures, and once we get a little bit more of that done, I think the painting is going to snap into view here. I'm also, I should say, like, I really like, I like how the background's turned out. I like all of these, like the layers of paint that are just creating all of these colors that, you know, I could try to mix each individual thing, but man, that would just be so time consuming. The other thing too is, now that we're going to paint these shapes, the figurative shapes, over top of the background, it'll even clean up the background a little bit. Just gives it those sharper, where those paints blend, kind of touch one another by layering over top. We just clean up that edge below. Daisy says, Michael, I just sent you a message. Please read it when you get a chance. I may be tired because I see a large face in your painting. It's possible. You know, I have read articles. I couldn't find any today where people have seen, not just in this painting, but other Cubist paintings, that they swear there is, you know, that it's not just like 5 women here, but multiple faces, landscapes, that it can be rotated and you'll see something totally different. It's possible that Picasso did those things purposefully. It's possible. I think a few years later, in the mid-1920s, with the rise of surrealism, you have an artist like Salvador Dali who did do that purposefully. Whether that is happening in these paintings, I would be very doubtful. I just don't think that was on the radar, but I do think later on it's entirely possible. You know, it's the same sort of thing, like, you know, can you play the Beatles' White Album backwards and will you start hearing Paul is Dead or something? You could certainly hear something that sounds vaguely like that, but whether that's there, I think is unlikely. But I think once that rumor got out, the Beatles connected with it and thought, well, you know, maybe we should put stuff like that in the next album, right? So I think those things, when artists become conscious of those possibilities, they do sometimes strive for them, but I think at least at the outset, I don't think that's happening here. I'd love to know where the large face is. I mean, I guess if I was to try to see a face in here, maybe those would be eyes or something, just because there are those round shapes there. This, I see maybe a frowning mouth, maybe, not a nose, or maybe these are nostrils. I don't know. It's possible. Stacy says, do you see yourself on your screen? I do, yeah. I do. Why, do I got paint all over my face? Wow, my eyes are suddenly very crossed all of a sudden. That which happens when I've been painting for a while, like, oof. After these episodes are done, I'll like go upstairs and look at my phone or try to read a book, and I'm like, oh my goodness. Just because of that intense focus, right? Okay. So let's get back to the matter of hand and let's paint the figures again. So, oh, so this is 2 faces. Interesting. Okay. So our skin tones again. Let's take our warm red, cool yellow. We'll need more white. So much for being done in 3 hours. Didn't I say that when I started at the beginning? Oh yeah, I think this is going to be definitely, if I can get it done in under 5 hours, I think I'll be impressed with myself at this point. Okay, so I've got my warm red, warm yellow, and white. I didn't even put any blue in this mixture because that blue would make it go a little bit more brown, and I think this color that he's painting with isn't a brown at all. It's just a pure kind of peachy color. Okay. And you know what? I think we'll be going to much smaller brushes from here on in. I don't think I need that. And actually, before I go too much further, I want to blow dry this because I've been doing a lot of painting. When I see from the angle things that are shiny, that means it's probably a little bit wet. Stacy's is the blur is an eye. Is that the blur you're talking about? I could see that being an eyelid if the eyes are pointing in. Okay, so I'm going to take this kind of peachy color. Let's just see how dark it is. That's maybe a little bit kind of light, so I think I'm going to paint it in here instead. Going to paint right over this face, and I can still see a bit of the detail, so that's good because haven't lost it all. Let's start to zoom in. what I'm also going to do is I'm going to mix another version of this, maybe with a bit more white in it. Let's get that ready. Let's get another version that's got a bit more yellow in it. Oh, sorry, you can't see, sorry. So we just have, like, kind of just go bouncing around. Here's my white version, really deep pink, yellowy version, right? So peachy versions. I'm going to paint this kind of a little bit lighter, peachier yellow version across the entire face. At this point, I might diverge just a little bit from the original. Like that, I mean, is that too much? Maybe it is a bit too much. Maybe let's just mix some of the previous color that I was just painting back on top of it. Might have been a bit too yellow. But obviously, again, I have to make some decisions that with this painting, because it's just so much smaller, and to maybe make some alterations just so I can get it done, right? Maybe before I move too far to the left. You can see he really worked on this hand for a while. He was not happy with it. It's got a lot of paint on there. One that's got a little bit more white, a little bit more pink. don't worry so much about nailing these colors and the different varieties of pinks as much as just being able to have slightly different pinks. And if you can just manage that, that's hugely helpful. I'll do the figure on the left here, maybe in a little bit, just because there's so much more red in that color, at least on the top half. So I'll just wait until I've done more here, and then I can just mix that color directly, like more red into my colors. Because I've got everything kind of nicely set up for the vast majority of the rest of this painting, so there's no point in, might as well just use it where it needs to be and then transition into those areas when I'm ready. Michael, when it comes to acrylic, do you try for one value up or down since the color changes? I'm not sure I know exactly what that means. Do I try for... I think if I understand, what I go for is what we call the local color, and the local color is sort of like the color before it's been modified with any value. So the local color, like in this, is just sort of, this is like a pink, and then we can get it maybe a little bit darker, a little bit lighter. So I try to kind of find what is the color that is most prevalent in the painting, and then paint that in, and then modify on top of that, or paint with that color, if that makes sense. If I understand your question. Okay, just put a little bit more red in here. Just more warm red into that color. And this knee isn't nearly as dark as this, but I don't know. I might just Might keep it. We'll see. I don't know. Okay. Even more red mixed in here. Okay, let's get the opposite here, this whitish pink. So now I'm taking just a bit of my cool red. I'm even going to take just a little bit of, oops, that's a lot, too much black, but I'm going to get a bit of that in here. So this area here, you can see a lot of like dry brushing and I have to wait for a bit of that to dry because I need to back out a bit. Sometimes it gets a little hard to see. Let's do the face. This woman here on the left. So we'll take this color and I'm just going to scoop it right into where I had my gray. I'll just put a bit of warm yellow in there as well. Darken that top half. Let's darken this nose. Okay. I might have to do some of these outlining with a Posca pen, just looking at how detailed some of this is. It's like, what is actually going on in this bottom left corner of this painting? I'm assuming this is some sort of fabric, right? The drapery that she's wearing, some sort of like robe or shawl. Okay. And this little Steve says, I was just wondering if there was a set rule to follow. I don't think there's any rules. There's different approaches and techniques, but I wouldn't say there's any rule that you have to paint in a certain way, but because there's lots of people who do very, very different approaches. So I think it's just whatever works best for you is what you should do. And I know it's not the answer people want to hear, but the way that I like to paint is I just sort of take my time. I was going to do a Posca pen with this stuff, but I kind of just was like, ah. The one thing I find with Posca pens, and I love using Posca pens, I think they're a really cool tool, is I find that they don't really ever seem to fully cure. oddly enough, like, it seems like that paint stays wet for, I mean, not wet, but if it gets wet, it instantly kind of starts to, it can like run and make a bit of a mess. So gotta be really careful with that stuff. I've learned. So okay, let's continue marching across this canvas. I mean, ideally, probably would have been a good idea if I had just continued with the same colors, because now I got to kind of mix them again, which is not a bad thing, but it would have been nice. It would probably have just been easier if I had just continued. It is what it is, and no big deal. It's not on camera. Okay, now that I'm just looking at the time, I'm like, oh my goodness. I think I'm gonna going for maybe less nuance here, or just trying to get the painting done, I think. to go here, besides some little details in the faces. See, I think it's more plainly obvious in this area how he really, this is really scrubbing into the surface and painting some things away. And as I said, the two figures on the right that have the sort of African mask motifs here, these are the ones that were done, the final additions to, or changes to, the canvas, right? Oh, cool. I see Stacy says she's been working through the drawing course. That's awesome. Good reminder if you're looking for something to keep you busy until we have our next few episodes in September. Try doing some drawing. Learn how to draw. I got that free drawing course here in YouTube. Upload your drawings to the Facebook group. We'd love to see them. So my paint is now starting to get pretty sticky, and I could put more paint on here. Like if this was my own painting, I'd probably even would stop for the day, to be honest, and get and just clean my palette and start over another day. But it's not always like a possibility, and with this type of thing I want to just plow ahead and finish it. But it does, you know, when the paint starts to kind of get a little bit sticky, it does make it difficult to paint, right? And often people will start putting water into the paint, and more water, which is breaking the paint binder down more and more. So the paint gets more and more transparent and kind of almost takes on a bit of a grainy texture, kind of like a dirty watercolor kind of quality. Oops. So I'm going to quickly paint over this face with this pink, even though it's obviously, even though obviously it's not going to be pink, but just to have something underlying it. Okay, now let's just sort of refine everything a little bit here. I know it's like I just painted these areas, now I'm painting them a slightly different color. That's just the way that I like to work. I like to just get things into place and then manipulate them. Make them do what I want them to do, but I need to have something there to gauge what it is. Let's get this peachier orange. White and cool red. Oops, let's get a bit more of that. Cool red and white. I could even go even more magenta or cool blue, red in those areas, but this face. Let me just zoom back out. Okay. I'm getting closer and closer by the minute. Maybe just gonna fine tune over here. So I just put some black into that red that I just painted, and I'm painting a little bit more of it in a few places here. Alright, I'll just mix that again, my warm red and my black. Man, I just love kind of this stage of the painting. I know it's kind of been a long session, but when just the sharpness starts to happen and you can just start seeing those colors going into the places where they're supposed to go, and just deeply, deeply satisfying. Whew. And you know, as I go too, like little things, like if there's areas that, oops, that's maybe a little bit too dark. I can just, you know, where all these different pinks are kind of colliding, rather than trying to do it all at once, you know, just later on, I go back over an area and can just paint a slightly different color in those places. Now, I don't know if that was exactly the right appropriate color there, but as I said, at this point, I'm not too concerned with that. Okay. I think it's time to get a little bit of this warm blue, which we have barely used at all. Take this warm blue. Do we have any white left on here? Let's take some of this. So I'm painting this underneath things. It's going to get darker over top of it shortly. That's interesting. This little brush stroke here. What's the deal with this? It almost looks like the paintbrush banged against the surface, and he was like, ah, whatever. I don't like this painting anyway, ah. And then people are like, wow, that's brilliant. What a genius little move. And he's like, really? You like that part? Oh, yeah, of course, Bluff. Obviously, I did that purposefully. Not that color at all. Get a brown back in here. Do I have any brown? I gotta mix. I got a little bit of brown. Let's take a bit of white. Do I have any white left? So I'm just kind of gummying the whole works up here, just kind of putting a bunch of paint around to give it that look of like it's been worked. And this face, how should we proceed here? I guess I need to get a little bit more white on here. brown. I thought I could get all the way through this without it, but I need it, so. Just warm blue, warm red, a little bit of warm yellow. Okay, let's just take a look here. Let's make her hair darker brown. It's a bit heavy-handed. Not my intention to be that wide. So just mix some black into that dark brown. I'm just gonna get some glazing fluid on this, thin that paint out. gonna take a break from that little area and just kind of move on for a moment. Paint these fingers down here. I'm going to come back into this area. This brush. Sometimes, you know, if the brush isn't cooperating, you just clean it, wipe off all that excess paint. It just keeps building up, and I just had to just wipe all that excess paint off. It just was not a happy brush. Okay. This episode just keeps going on. Oh my goodness. Let's take our, warm blue. And white. I mean, this is very interesting what's going on here. I'm not really sure. We don't see too much of this kind of thing until decades later, in much later Picassos. So it is kind of neat to see something that kind of appears and then disappears and then makes a resurgence much later on. Got a bit of that happening over here too. That makes a huge difference. That's a really interesting little addition, that color he put in there. A little bit of blue, like incredible colorist. You know, it's pretty evident here. Getting closer and closer. Okay. So, you know, just like little outlining things here and there. Let's get this green in place. Now, what color green is that? I think it's... I'm going to take some of my cool yellow, which I've barely used, and my warm blue. Let's see. Is that as... Let's take more yellow. Maybe even a little bit of cool blue in here as well. Because it's got a bit of a... There, yeah. It's probably a cobalt blue, which should have been a very popular, very accessible blue at this time. Looks like I need just a bit of white in here. let's get a bit of black in here as well to make it a bit of a grayish green. Yeah, we still have more work to do there, but let's just move on for a bit. But I'm still using this black that I mixed, 4 hours ago, 5 hours ago. Go to a smaller brush here. Even smaller. Just got that head way out of... how did that happen? Oh, do I want to fix that thing on the top? I don't know if I mind it like that. So, doing all these little grapes is a pain in the butt. It's faster to do it with the Posca pen, but as I mentioned, I try to avoid the Posca pen as much as possible because I find they don't really ever fully properly dry, and that drives me nuts. I've picked some of them up and been holding them with my hands while I've been photographing them, and then put them down and realized just the moisture of my fingers activated the paint and smudged on the surface, and then I'm frantically trying to clean them. And so, you know, every art tool has its bonuses and negatives, pluses and minuses, right? Actually, let's go to a gray if I can make it. Whew. Okay. Little details here and there. I'm taking just sort of some pure white. Amp up just a few places where it could be a little bit more white. I wonder if I got any paint I can use to make a small adjustment. Right, and that kind of works. The fact that it's still there, I kind of like that. Right, that's very, part of this period, or just the as you're working, you're just sometimes having to delete things, and now I think we need some more of this dark red and black. Oops, sorry. So red with my black. Okay, I think I've got kind of like the right side of the painting completed. I mean, we'll see, but let's march ahead here. Oops, that's right, it's not on camera. Actually, just getting a bit of a darker red in here. Some stamping, a little bit of paint in a few places. We'll have to touch that up, that's okay. Where was I here? Oh, I was hoping there'd be just a little bit of this paint left. Okay, well, I don't have any more yellow. Oh, so close. See if I take a little bit of cool yellow. A bit more white. The legs are gonna fall right off. Oh, smokes. Get rid of that ear that's there. I think it's just too difficult for me to try to do at this scale. I'm just gonna. Oh, system crashed. Okay. Guess I'm not gonna blow dry for a second. I gotta wait for that to reboot. Okay. Get this face in here. And then we'll do some final finishing touches, I think. Will be more than ready to wrap up. I don't know, there was a little bit of color in there, and I just, you know, I don't think I'll be able to get that. That face is definitely different, but I actually kind of like it. Something needs to... Okay. So, 6 hours after we began, let's start wrapping this whole thing up. Just a few little details I think left to be done, and just sort of scanning around, seeing if there's anything that I've overlooked. Okay, well, I'm not even really sure what else needs to be done here. Is there any glaring things that are missing? Oh, I guess some little fingers, I suppose, over here. Just gonna mix a dark brown here. It's warm blue and warm red. mean, there's little things like that that are kind of quite off, but you know, it's like it doesn't really bother me too much. I kind of like how everything is turned out. What else? Any glaring errors that I'm just... Okay. I think that is about as done as it's going to get. Whew. Okay. Finally here. Okay, everyone. So, we're about to just take a quick little look before we say goodbye for the day and for the end of Season 3 of these painting episodes. Before we do so, consider liking, subscribing, hitting the notification bell. I will be doing some bonus episodes over the course of the next few months. You can't get rid of me that easy. So if you want to know when those pop up, join the Facebook group and hit the notification bell so that when you are looking at YouTube, you'll be like, oh, look, Michael's live streaming. Cool, let's check in and see what's going on. You can also like, subscribe, or I said that already. It's late. Hit the PayPal if you want to leave a donation as little as $1. You can use the super chat function here in YouTube. You can also send a check or e-transfer by contacting me through the Facebook group or my email, which is on my website. All that fancy info stuff is down below. Here's the original, and then there's mine side by side. Obviously there's some differences just because the original is over 7 feet tall, and mine is 12 inches tall. So you do the math, it's missing 6 feet. So there's a lot of little details that couldn't be included here. In terms of colors, I'm pretty happy with the way they turned out. It looks a little bit different, as always, on camera than it does in person. You know, some of these kind of pale, almost sort of a slightly burgundy color. That looks like it in person, but it still looks a little bit more orangey on mine. But I actually don't mind that either way. I missed things like ears. I just ran out of room for a few. Her ear here, her ear here. There's some texture on the face I couldn't get to. As always, my paintings tend to be just a little bit brighter anyway, because I just like a little bit more color, a little more saturation. But you know, I'm pretty happy with that. You know, I might have gone a little overboard with that little dash of paint there, but I mean, if that's the only thing. So how about let's zoom in and just take a look at, let's just start top left corner here. So obviously, again, details like that hand, you know, mine looks maybe a little bit more cartoony, although that's where he would be in about 15 years from the point of this painting, when he was in a sort of neoclassical period during the early part of the 1920s. He did do a lot of hands like that, so it's sort of like I'm a little bit further ahead of him. You know, again, I always find it, when we're working at this scale, like that's my thumbnail, right? So it's pretty tricky to get those expressions and all that stuff in here. Where should we go? How we'll just stay on these two women and just sort of look a little bit further down. You know, I wish I just had more space to be able to do some of those details. I just don't have the ability to do that at this scale. At least I don't. I mean, I know there's some people who are famous for doing their miniature paintings, but that's not me. I'll leave that to somebody else to do. You know, now I look at that, I could have done more little details inside there. I actually quite like how that foot turned out. That is really strange and weird. There's the middle of the painting. Let's bottom middle. So as I mentioned, it's the bottom of this painting here, this table with still life on here. That's where we see the beginnings of Cubism. You know, that's probably the most overlooked part of the painting to most people, but art historians consider this to be, you know, the beginning or the moving very close towards the beginnings of Cubism. Let's scroll upwards here halfway. You know, again, some of these colors aren't totally accurate. The colors are there, but maybe not all in the right place. That's just, again, a bit of a limitation. But as far as I'm concerned, like if I look at it on my own, I'm like, oh, it looks I'm happy. Looks great. You know, her face kind of changed quite a lot as I painted it, especially that left side. But I like how that turned out, actually. And I was wanting to do little dots, like these little kind of, I don't know if they're freckles or what he's done above her eyebrow here, but I just, again, I just can't fit it. I like those, you know, we did lots of layers of paint up in here, and I think we can see that there's kind of a complexity of color up there, which I appreciate. And then we'll be moving into the final part of the painting here. There's the top. I took a little bit of this cool yellow, a little muddy gray, and added it in a few places. I really like how it looks on mine. Just that little bit of extra color. That's just my thing anyway. Well, that face, I think, turned out pretty good. And even sort of some of the scrubbing and changes that he was making as he transformed that face into this African mask-inspired motif, I think that turned out pretty well. That could have been a little bit more green, but and there we are. Just a little bit of space down here. Just, you know, it suggests maybe I could have done a little bit more, because you have to remember the original painting kind of ends here, so I've had to kind of extend it, and there's really nothing, you know, who knows what there's nothing there that we know of, right, because it didn't exist. So that's it, folks. So thank you everyone for joining me on this journey. That brings this season 3 of our painting episodes to a conclusion. There's going to be a couple months break before we get back to the full-time routine that we've been on for the past few years, and it's going to be a little bit strange for me not to be painting with you every Tuesday and Thursday, and sometimes Saturday and Sunday and Monday and Wednesdays too, but there are 240 other painting episodes we've done. Lots of stuff to keep you busy, and I know most of you haven't painted all of them. Paula, I bet you has, but not everybody else. So, thank you everyone. Enjoy the rest of your evening and the end of summer. Get out there, enjoy the sunshine, get that vitamin B and D, and we'll see you guys when the weather's a little bit more chilly and you're stuck inside here in Canada when it's snowy and rainy. I'll be here for you. Thanks, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your night. We'll talk to you all again very soon. Good night.